Hello, everyone. Tonight, we're going to follow the trail of thoughts that can't stand to be looked at. Not because they're shy, but because the moment you notice them, they fall apart like sand sculptures, collapsing under your own curiosity. It's like trying to chase your own shadow with a flashlight. You end up dancing in circles with nothing to hold. You can either rethink everything or fall asleep without even noticing. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. Let me know where you're listening from and what time it is there. I read all your comments. Now, turn down the lights, maybe crank up the AC for some soft noise, and let's get started tonight. Section 1. Imagine you're standing in front of a door. You didn't lock it. You're almost certain you didn't, but you reach for the handle anyway, and click locked. You swear it wasn't before. Maybe it heard you coming. Maybe it was waiting for you to look at it. That's what this story is. Thoughts that lock themselves the moment you reach out to open them. This whole journey begins with one simple question. What was I just thinking about? You pause. You dig back a few seconds, but all you find is the echo of a ghost, maybe a flash of a face, a feeling, a fragment of a sentence. It's like rewinding a movie. But every time you press play again, the scene changes. You didn't lose the thought lost you. This is what cognitive scientists call meta-awareness, your awareness of being aware. And the weird thing is, it tends to interrupt itself. The moment you realize you're thinking, the original thought is gone. It's as if your mind, like a wild animal, bolts into the woods the second you shine a flashlight on it. Psychologists still argue about whether we can even observe our thoughts objectively. Can you really be the thinker and the watcher at the same time? It's like being both the player and the referee in a game where the rules rewrite themselves every time you try to write them down. Try this. Think the word banana in your head. You hear the word, right. But who said it? Was it your voice or someone else's? Try saying it again, slower. Now say it without using your inner voice. Just the idea of banana. Weird, right? It's like your brain just mimed a thought at you. There's a famous philosophical idea that sums this up: the observer effect, borrowed from quantum physics. The principle says that just observing a system changes its state. In physics, this applies to particles. In psychology, it might apply to you. You're not just watching your thoughts, you're interfering with them just by watching. Weird fact. A study from Yale found that even the suggestion of being observed like a pair of fake eyes on a poster can alter human behavior, making people more honest or generous. So imagine what happens when you're watching yourself all the time. The door locks, the thought dodges, the self retreats. Now imagine your mind as a series of light switches, each flipping on and off in patterns too fast for you to follow. But the moment you try to focus on one switch on one moment, you interrupt the dance. You can't help it. It's like trying to clap to the rhythm of your own heartbeat. You're always just a little bit off. There's a funny moment in early childhood when kids discover mirrors. You probably did it, too. You waved at yourself, made faces, maybe even said hi. But there's a moment where kids realize that the reflection isn't someone else, it's them. That's when the lights flip on upstairs, and the whole strange play of self-awareness begins. You've been playing that game ever since. Only now, the mirror is inside your head, and the reflection isn't your face, it's your thoughts. You think you're catching them in the act, but you're just chasing footsteps through fog. The second you grab the doorknob, it locks. One time, I tried to count every thought I had in a minute. I gave up at 17 because I couldn't tell if I should keep counting was a new thought or just commentary on the last one. It's like trying to stack clouds. Looks impressive until you realize there's nothing solid to hold on to. So here's the big idea. Maybe the mind isn't a library filled with neatly labeled books. Maybe it's more like a shifting maze. You don't store thoughts, you pass through them. And some thoughts are shy. They only show up when you're not looking. And that, strangely, is comforting. Because it means you don't have to trap every thought to understand yourself. You don't have to capture every moment to live it. Maybe just walking through the maze doors, locking. Thoughts vanishing is the whole point. So the next time you wonder, what was I just thinking about? Smile a little. You caught yourself mid-magic trick. And just like that, the door vanishes behind you. Another appears ahead. You don't remember walking here, but here you are. Section 2. There's something funny about blinking. You do it about 15 to 20 times a minute, but you never actually see yourself blink. You never catch the moment. And even if you stand in front of a mirror and try to watch it really try, it always happens just before you think it will. You're always a little too late. It's not just blinking. It's your entire awareness. You try to observe your own mind, and it vanishes like a bubble. You're not watching the thought, you're already inside the next one, thinking about the last one, which you can't even access anymore. Like trying to read the sentence before this one while writing the next. It's like trying to sneak up on yourself. No matter how careful you are, you always know you're coming. This is the strange terrain of consciousness, the one thing you can't step outside of to look at clearly. Philosophers like Thomas Nagel have said it's impossible to know what it's like to be a bat, but honestly, it's barely possible to know what it's like to be you. Scientists still argue about whether consciousness is a process or a product. Is it something your brain does, like digestion, or is it something that just happens, like a sunset? Either way, the moment you try to look at it, it ducks out of view like a kid hiding behind the couch. Let's do a little exercise. Ready? Close your eyes. Wait, not yet. First, listen to this. Imagine your awareness as a flashlight in a dark room. Wherever you point it, the objects in that direction light up, but everything else disappears. Now, close your eyes. Where is the flashlight pointing? Where are you pointing? Most people report something weird here. They don't feel like they're pointing anywhere. The flashlight isn't aimed, it is. The awareness is just there. But try to turn the flashlight back on itself, and it fizzles. You're trying to use a flashlight to find the flashlight. You're not alone. Meditation practitioners have reported this for thousands of years. It's one of the core insights of mindfulness the watcher can't watch itself. The moment you try to observe your own observing, the process slips through your fingers like water. That's why introspection can feel so slippery. You might have a powerful realization like I always self-sabotage right before things go well, and it hits you with the clarity of a lightning bolt. But the second you try to hold on to it, it dulls. The words don't feel right anymore. The insight loses flavor. You were blinking. Here's a weird fact during blinking. Your brain actually suppresses visual processing, not just the moment your eyes are closed, but a split second before and after. It's like your brain edits out the blink entirely, like a film editor smoothing over a jump cut. So you're not just unaware of the blink, you're unaware of the unawareness. Your consciousness got edited, and you didn't even notice. And that's the twist. Your thoughts do this all the time. There are blinks in your thinking moments where one idea vanishes and another takes its place without warning. But you're never awake during the switch. You only realize it after, when you look back and go, wait, how did I get here? Some call this cognitive discontinuity, and it's not a glitch. It's your default setting. Your mind is a magician, performing sleight-of-hand illusions so fast you don't notice the switcheroo. There's an old Zen koan that asks, what is your original face before your parents were born? It's not a riddle to solve. It's a provocation. It's trying to make your brain blink so hard that something deeper wakes up. Sometimes you get close. Have you ever stared at yourself in the mirror for too long and suddenly felt strange, like you're seeing your own face for the first time? That's called the strange face illusion. Your brain stops recognizing your reflection as you and instead sees something eerie, something other. You're blinking while still staring. And the really wild part, you're doing that right now, listening to this. Half of your attention is here, in this story, but part of it is somewhere else, thinking about your day, your room, the temperature of the air, whether or not you're getting sleepy. Your awareness is blinking on and off like a faulty string of lights. But that's not a bug. That's how you work. So here's a thought. Maybe you're not supposed to see yourself think. Maybe your awareness is designed to look outward, not inward. Maybe that's why blinking is invisible. Because what matters isn't what you see in those gaps. It's what you feel just after. That split second after a blink. That's when you're most present. That's when the world snaps into place. A joke, before we drift further. Why don't philosophers ever win staring contests? Because the moment they think they're winning, they blink. Okay, maybe not funny, but sleepy funny. So now, take a deep breath. You just blinked, but you didn't see it. You felt it. And that's the whole point. Thoughts don't need to be captured to be real. And you don't need to see your own mind to know you're in it. Somewhere. Another door clicks shut. Another opens. You barely notice the change. You're just blinking. Section 3. Let's play a game. Read this sentence carefully. This sentence is false. Now pause. Think about it. If the sentence is true, then what it says must be the case, so it's false. But if it's false, then what it says isn't true, which means it must be true. But if it's true, wait, no, that can't be right. Congratulations, you've just met the liar paradox, a brain-melting loop that's been making philosophers squint at ceilings for over 2,000 years. And it's the perfect example of a thought that collapses the moment you try to pin it down. These are what I call mental trapdoors. They look like solid floorboards of logic. And then, whoosh, you fall through them into a spiral of confusion, half laughing, half annoyed, totally lost. Socrates loved this kind of thing. So did Bertrand Russell, who once tried to solve the liar paradox by inventing entire new kinds of logic. That didn't work either. To this day, scientists, logicians, and smug internet commenters still argue about whether the sentence is neither true nor false, both true and false, or simply nonsense wearing a suit. Here's another one. The following sentence is true. The previous sentence is false. Ouch. You see the problem. It's not just confusing, it's self-consuming, like a snake eating its own tail, or a washing machine arguing with itself about how wet the clothes are. What's happening here is a collapse caused by self-reference when a statement tries to refer to itself. The whole structure short circuits. You might think your brain is handling this okay, but really, it's doing something closer to a soft reboot while trying to act like everything's fine. It's like trying to build a ladder while standing on the top rung. The fun part, your mind does this all the time. It makes claims about itself, critiques its own conclusions, revises memories, and questions motives. It's a hall of mirrors where every reflection is watching every other reflection argue about what's real. Here's a silly but strangely revealing one. Imagine a guy walks into a barber shop in a town where the barber shaves everyone who doesn't shave themselves. So, who shaves the barber? If he shaves himself, then by the rule, he shouldn't. But if he doesn't shave himself, then the rule says he should. You've just wandered into what's called Russell's paradox. a logic grenade that explodes the second you try to tidy it. The mathematician Kurt Gödel built an entire career out of this kind of instability. He proved, mathematically, that any logical system complex enough to do arithmetic will contain statements that are true but unprovable. That's called Gödel's incompleteness theorem, and it's a fancy way of saying even math has mystery meat in the soup. Let that settle for a second. Even math that cold, clean kingdom of logic has ghosts in the walls. So when your own thoughts start folding in on themselves, maybe that's not a bug. Maybe that's just you being a system too complex to ever fully understand itself. Weird fact. There are computer programs called quines that print their own code as output. They're basically software trying to describe themselves without collapsing into nonsense. It's kind of beautiful, kind of tragic, kind of like you. Because here's the twist when you try to define yourself when you say I am this. Or I believe that you're building a sentence about a sentence. And like the liar paradox, sometimes the more certain you are, the less it holds up. Ever said, I never lie? Uh-oh. Ever claimed, I always keep an open mind? Trapdoor. Ever declared, I don't care what people think while saying it to an audience? Bonk. That's the thought folding inward and slipping through your fingers like soap. Here's a joke to lighten the loop. Descartes walks into a bar. Bartender says, "Want a drink?" Descartes says, "I think not," and promptly disappears. Okay, one more. I tried to come up with a paradox, but the one I came up with said, I didn't. So, maybe I didn't. See, even humor gets tangled up in the knots, and sometimes those knots don't unravel. Sometimes they're the point. There's a word from Zen Buddhism used as an answer to paradoxical questions. It doesn't mean yes or no. It means unask the question. Step outside the loop, let the thought collapse and move on. That might be what sleep is, a nightly ritual of unasking. So next time you find yourself in one of these spirals, doubting your doubt, analyzing your analysis, thinking about whether you're overthinking, just pause, let the sentence be false, or true, or both, or neither, or moo. Let it blink out. Because some thoughts don't exist to be solved. They exist to remind you that you're thinking. And sometimes, that's enough. Section 4. What time is it right now? Not a second ago, not in a little bit, but exactly now. Go ahead, try to feel it, pinpoint it, catch the moment of now before it passes. And just like that, it's gone. It always is. The moment you say now, it becomes then. You're always arriving a little late to your own life. This is the paradox of the present moment, the idea that the present doesn't really exist as a stable thing. Physicists still argue about whether now is a real slice of time or just a convenient illusion your brain creates to stop you from screaming into a cosmic void. In physics, time isn't measured in nows. It's measured in intervals. Einstein's theory of relativity tells us there's no universal present. The faster you move, the slower time passes for you. So technically, someone sprinting past you experiences a slightly different now than you do. And before you worry too much, no, you can't outrun your ex and arrive in a better timeline. I checked. But this also means that your present isn't fixed. It's slippery. It depends on where you are, how fast you're moving, and how you're observing. It's like trying to define the exact point where a river becomes a waterfall. By the time you name it, you've fallen through it. Now, back to you. Think about the last time you felt a moment stretch out into infinity. Maybe it was a song lyric, a sunset, that split second of silence before someone says something important. That moment felt like now, but you didn't notice it until it was already dissolving. Here's the definition of specious present. a term coined by psychologist E.R. Clay and expanded by philosopher William James. It's the short, fuzzy duration of time your brain interprets as now. It's not a single point. It's a brief mental window, usually around 2 to 3 seconds long. Your brain is buffering reality. It's playing back the most recent second like a highlight reel and calling it now. So even your most vivid experiences are technically déjà vu. Let's test it. Try to clap your hands exactly on the count of 3. 1, 2, clap. Did you hit it? Or did you second guess the rhythm? That little twitch of hesitation. That's the slippery edge of the present moment. It's not just your coordination. It's time playing hide and seek. Now think of those surreal moments just before sleep, when your brain starts sliding into dream logic. You're not awake. You're not asleep. You're suspended. A thought floats by, something about a mailbox full of spaghetti, and it makes perfect sense until it doesn't. That's you hovering in the twilight of now. Thought without context. Time without order. A bubble of experience with no anchor. Weird fact, neuroscientists have found that different senses have different nows. Your eyes process visual data faster than your ears do with sound, but your brain doesn't want you to feel like you're watching a badly dubbed movie. So it delays your sight slightly to sync everything up. Your now is literally edited together like a film, with cuts, with delays, with guesses. Your reality is a post-production miracle. There's an old philosopher's joke. How do you live in the moment if the moment doesn't exist? Answer: you fake it till you forget you're faking. And this is where the idea of mindfulness gets interesting. A lot of meditation teachers say, be present, but they rarely tell you that the present is just a stitched-together illusion. It's a useful one, a beautiful one, but still a trick. Like a magician guiding your attention while swapping cards behind your back. So maybe being present isn't about freezing time. Maybe it's about surrendering to its flow, letting go of the need to catch the moment like a butterfly, and just breathing in the air as it flutters past. Here's a story I once tried to time my breath perfectly with a metronome. I figured I could become one with the rhythm, like a breathing Buddha on a drum line. But somewhere around the 50th beat, I realized I wasn't experiencing the breath anymore. I was chasing it, watching the seconds instead of living them. That's the danger of trying to hold the present too tightly. It slips away, and all you're left with is the echo of a beat you missed. So let's try this instead. Don't try to catch the moment. Let it catch you. Let your breath come and go without chasing it. Let your thoughts arrive and fade without commentary. Let now be the space where time forgets itself. Because here's the truth. The present isn't something you can point to. It's something you become. Not by observing it, but by relaxing into it. So close your eyes again. This time, don't try to see the second hand. Let it sweep silently across your mind. And maybe, just maybe, you'll stop counting time and start feeling it. Section 5. Picture this. You're lying in bed, drifting toward sleep, and a thought bubbles up, something random like, why do sandwiches taste better when someone else makes them? And before you can even finish that thought, another one sneaks in. Then another. None of them feel like you. They just show up, do their thing, and leave. It's almost like your mind is just happening, like weather. You don't decide to have a cloud float by, it just floats. And this leads us into one of the most quietly unsettling ideas in philosophy and neuroscience. There is no thinker behind the thoughts, just flickers, just appearances in consciousness. This notion isn't fringe. Buddhists have been saying it for over 2 millennia. Modern neuroscientists are now echoing the same idea, backed by brain scans and fMRI machines that beat dramatically in labs. Here's how it works. When you have a thought, Your brain lights up in specific regions: language, memory, emotion, motor planning. But the pattern changes with every thought. And what's missing is any consistent you in the middle pulling the strings. It's like opening a theater curtain expecting to find a director, and all you find is more curtains. Cognitive scientist Susan Blackmore puts it simply: consciousness is a story without a storyteller. Now, take that in for a second. You're not creating your thoughts like a painter with a brush. You're more like a radio receiving signals, some clear, some fuzzy, all temporary. Your brain is like an improv troupe throwing ideas onto a stage. Sometimes they're coherent. Sometimes it's just a raccoon in a top hat yelling about spaghetti. Try this: think about your next thought. Wait for it. You can't force it. You can't predict it. And then pop, it arrives, out of nowhere. You didn't make that happen. It just did. It's like watching birds land on a fence. You don't control the birds. You just watch them come and go. Weird fact. A 2008 study using brain imaging showed that decisions could be predicted by observing brain activity 7 seconds before a person was consciously aware of making that decision. 7 seconds. That's longer than most people spend choosing between 2 yogurt flavors. Scientists still argue about whether this means free will is an illusion. But even if you do have free will, it's likely happening beneath the surface before you even get the memo. Here's where it gets even weirder. You might feel like you're thinking on purpose. But that sense of authorship could be a post-production effect, your brain telling a story to explain what it's already done. Like a sports commentator narrating the game after the ball's already hit the net. Let's go even deeper. Try silently saying the sentence, "I am thinking this thought." Now say, "This thought is happening." Feel the difference. One has a driver. The other has just motion. One requires a you. The other doesn't. A philosopher walks into a cafe. The barista asks, "What can I get you?" The philosopher pauses and says, "Who's asking?" That's you. Every day. There's a term in Buddhism for this realization: anatta, or no self. It's not that nothing exists, it's that the self isn't what you think. It's not a solid thing. It's a process, a swirl, a center of gravity around habits and memories, a playlist with no original song. And oddly enough, this can be freeing. Because if you're not the one directing every anxious thought, then maybe you don't have to believe them all. If you're not manually generating every mental story, maybe you don't need to edit them obsessively either. You can just watch the weather go by. Sun, clouds, storm, blue again. So here's a trick before bed. Instead of thinking, "I have anxiety," try, "There's anxiety here." Instead of "I'm overthinking," try, "Overthinking is happening." Remove the I from the storm, and you'll notice you're already calmer. It's not denial, it's distance. It's not erasure, it's clarity. Because sometimes the self is just a subtitle your brain slaps onto raw footage, and thoughts are just passing captions, floating across the screen. So lie back, let your brain do its weird improv show. You don't have to join the performance. You're the theater, not the play. Section 6. You walk into a room. Pause and forget why you came in. You stare at the fridge, hoping it'll jog your memory. And maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. Either way, the moment is gone. And with it, whatever purpose you once had. Welcome to the glorious unreliability of memory. And not just forgetfulness, instability. Because here's the twist: your memories are not stored like files in a cabinet. They're more like fresh clay, reshaped every time you recall them. Every time you remember something, you change it. Like taking out a cake to check if it's baked. And somehow each time you peek, you stick your finger in it and smear the frosting. This isn't just poetic, it's scientific. Neuroscientists call it memory reconsolidation. When you retrieve a memory, the brain temporarily unlocks it, makes it editable, and saves it again, often with distortions, assumptions, or completely new ingredients. Psychologists still argue about how reliable human memory is. Spoiler, not very. In fact, eyewitness testimony, often treated as gold in court, is about as accurate as a toddler describing a car crash 3 blocks away through a kaleidoscope. And it gets weirder. You don't just misremember real things, you confidently remember things that never happened. They're called false memories, and they're disturbingly easy to implant. Studies have shown you can convince people they met Bugs Bunny at Disneyland. Spoiler, Bugs Bunny is a Warner Brothers character. He shouldn't be there unless he's lost. You, right now, have memories that are probably stitched together from dreams, movies, stories, and other people's experiences. And they feel just as vivid as the time you scraped your knee or tasted mango for the first time. One time, I swore up and down I had a green Game Boy Color as a kid. I described it in detail. The buttons, the scratches, the sticker on the back. Then my mom sent me a photo purple. It was always purple, but I had lived a whole life of green. What does that say about you? About me? About all of us? Maybe this memory isn't a record. It's a remix. And you're not the DJ, you're just dancing to the beat. Here's a strange but real case. A man named Clive Waring, a musician, lost his ability to form new memories due to a brain infection. He lives in a window of about 10 to 30 seconds, constantly believing he's just woken up. He writes in a journal over and over, "I am awake for the first time," each line crossed out as the next one arrives. It's heartbreaking, but it's also illuminating. Without stable memory, the self becomes foggy. Thoughts collapse without continuity. Time shatters, and yet Clive still plays music beautifully. He can't remember his wife's visit, but he knows he loves her. Something remains, even in the collapse. This is where things get philosophical. Who are you without memory? Strip away the stories, the timelines, the mental scrapbooks, and what's left? A hum, a presence, a flicker, a now with no before. There's an old philosophical argument called the ship of Theseus. If you replace every plank on a ship, is it still the same ship? What if you use the old planks to build a second ship? Is that the real one? Well, your memories are the planks, and your mind is doing some wild boat swapping every day, all day. You update old conversations, reinterpret past relationships, remember the vibe of a place more than the details. You Photoshop yourself constantly, and you don't even know it. And that's okay, because maybe the self isn't a statue. It's a sandcastle. Not less beautiful, just more temporary. Joke break. Why don't memory researchers ever get invited to parties? Because they keep insisting the party never happened, or worse, that you weren't there. But here's the comforting twist. If memory is malleable, then healing is possible. You're not doomed to replay the worst scenes forever. You can rewrite, recolor, reframe. You don't have to deny the past, but you can soften it, like smoothing the edge of a sharp thought. So tonight, as you drift, you might remember something from long ago. Let it come. Let it change. Let it breathe. It's not a lie. It's a version, and that's enough. Section 7. Whatever you do, don't think of a pink elephant. Go on. Try really hard not to picture one. No trunk, no bright pink skin, definitely not standing on a little circus ball, no top hat. Right, there it is. Bright as bubble gum and standing front and center in your mental theater. You had to think it to avoid it. Welcome to the strange paradox of thought suppression. The more you resist a thought, the louder it screams. Psychologist Daniel Wegner and colleagues demonstrated this with a famous experiment. Participants were told to avoid thinking about a white bear for 5 minutes. Those who tried to suppress it ended up thinking about the bear more than those who weren't told anything at all. It's called the ironic process theory, which is a fancy name for the brain's tendency to self-sabotage under pressure. Still think you're in charge of your mind. It's like trying to quietly sneak past a room full of sleeping cats without thinking about stepping on tails. The more careful you are, the more dramatic the tail stomp seems in your imagination. Thought is not a light switch. It's a mischievous raccoon on espresso. And this doesn't just apply to elephants or bears. It happens with intrusive thoughts, too. Like when you're holding a baby and a random, terrifying image flashes across your mind. You recoil, ashamed, like you've uncovered something horrible inside yourself. But guess what? Everyone has thoughts like that. Everyone. And here's the trick. A thought is not a decision. You didn't choose that idea. It just visited. The pink elephant walked across the stage. That doesn't mean you invited it. Scientists still argue about what causes intrusive thoughts. Anxiety OCD overactive default mode network. Maybe all of the above. But what's agreed upon is this: trying to suppress the thought usually makes it worse. You're pouring gasoline on a birthday candle. It's like if someone says, "Don't look behind you." Your neck twitches on instinct. You have to look. So what's the alternative acceptance? Letting the thought exist without trying to wrestle it. You treat it like a rude passenger on a bus. You don't have to talk to it. You don't have to throw it out the window. You just nod and let it sit there, weird and awkward, until it gets off at the next stop. There's a popular psychological approach called ACT, acceptance, and commitment therapy that leans into this. It teaches you not to fight your thoughts, but to observe them. To say, there's my brain doing its thing again, like a weather report, or a toddler with a marker. Let's test it now. Close your eyes and imagine a big red stop sign. Now, try to remove it. Delete it from your mind. Don't just look away. Erase it completely. What happens? Most people end up reinforcing the image just by trying to suppress it, like trying to push a beach ball underwater. The harder you shove, the more violently it pops up. The brain loves patterns. It also loves contradictions. So when you say, "Don't think this," it hears, "Think this," but with stress. And your stress becomes the adhesive. Joke break. Why did the monk get kicked out of the mindfulness retreat? Because he tried not to think about pizza for 72 hours and ended up ordering 3. Here's a gentler truth. Not every thought is worth arguing with. You don't have to fight every elephant. You don't need to win every mental debate. Sometimes, peace looks like waving at the pink elephant and saying, "Thanks, I see you, but I'm going to keep walking," because that's all most thoughts are: echoes, suggestions, footnotes in a conversation that was never about you in the first place. So tonight, if a strange idea wanders through your sleepy head, don't panic, don't chase it, don't force it away. Let it flicker, let it pass, let it be weird, let it be harmless, let it vanish. Not because you demanded it, but because you simply moved on. Section 8. You're brushing your teeth, or scrolling through your phone, or standing in an elevator with the exact number of brain cells required not to say something weird to a stranger. And then you catch yourself looking in the mirror, staring at the screen, watching the numbers change. But who's doing the watching? That's the question. That weird twinge of disassociation when your reflection doesn't feel like you. That slow burn moment when your face in the mirror becomes unfamiliar. You tilt your head. It tilts too. But somehow it's not you. It's someone watching you be you. This is where the observer effect gets personal. Because what if you're not just observing yourself? What if you're changing yourself by doing so? In physics, the observer effect describes how measuring something can alter the outcome, like trying to weigh fog with a spoon. And in psychology, the same principle holds. The second you become aware of yourself, your behavior, your image, your motives, everything starts to shift. Social psychologists still argue about whether this self-observation is healthy. On one hand, it helps with self-regulation. On the other, it can spiral into anxiety, perfectionism, or that annoying voice in your head that overthinks every grocery store interaction for 10 hours. Imagine your identity as a mirror maze. Each time you look, there's another you staring back, slightly distorted. You wave, you wink, but at some point, you realize you're not sure which reflection you're responding to. You become the observer, observing the observer, observing the observed, and then your cereal gets soggy. This recursive spiral has a name: metacognition. It's thinking about thinking, being aware of your awareness, basically turning your brain into a philosophical hall of mirrors where every step forward is actually inward. Now here's the kicker. Your brain doesn't just watch you, it edits you. When you're being observed, even by yourself, your behavior changes. You stand straighter, smile differently, laugh slightly louder. There's a layer of performance folded into your most private moments. Weird fact studies have shown that even seeing a picture of a pair of eyes, just cartoon eyes, can make people act more generously or ethically. Like some ancient part of the brain goes, "Oh no, the ancestors are watching. Better not steal the last cookie." But what happens when the observer is you? That's when the cracks start to show. You become the performer and the audience. You judge your own reactions. You try to look natural in front of yourself, which is like trying to fall asleep while yelling "relax" at your brain. Ever recorded yourself talking and cringed at the sound of your own voice? That's not vanity. That's your observer self wrestling your autopilot self and realizing neither one is great at karaoke. Here's a strange moment you've probably had looking in a mirror and not recognizing your face. It's called derealization, a sense of detachment from self or surroundings. It can happen during stress, sleep deprivation, or intense introspection, and it feels like you're watching a version of yourself from across the room. Like your brain took one step back and whispered, "Who's this guy again? Joke break 2. Mirrors walk into a bar." One says, "You're nothing without me." The other replies, "You only reflect what I give you." Then they both shatter under the weight of their self-awareness. Anyway, if this all sounds a little too close to home, don't worry. It's not malfunction. It's mystery. You're not broken. You're recursive. You're a feedback loop with feelings. And maybe that's beautiful. Because in that mirror, in that moment, you're not just seeing your reflection. You're seeing that you're seeing. It's a reminder that you're here, that you exist, that you're aware of being aware, which, if we're being honest, is kind of the whole deal. That's what it means to be conscious, to blink into existence and then realize you're blinking. So tonight, if you find yourself catching your own eye in the darkened window, don't flinch, don't overanalyze, don't look away too fast, just nod. You're still here, still watching, still being watched, and that's okay. Section 9. You're in class, or at a meeting, or half listening to someone talk about the structural integrity of modern filing cabinets. But you're somewhere else entirely. Not in a dramatic, I'm lost in thought way, just casually floating in two mental places at once. Part of you hears the words. The other part is replaying an awkward conversation from 3 days ago, wondering if cool, no worries actually came off passive-aggressive. Welcome to the delightful dysfunction of mental split screen, a phenomenon where your consciousness divides itself and tries to be in two places at once. Not metaphorically, actually. Cognitive psychologists call it dual processing, the idea that your brain runs on multiple tracks. One conscious, One unconscious, one thinking, one reacting, one trying to figure out if that guy over there is looking at you weird. Scientists still argue about how many layers of cognition we can manage at once. But the takeaway is this: your mind is a group project, and not everyone's doing their part. Picture it like this: you're driving. One part of your brain handles the road, another part is planning dinner, a third part is singing lyrics from a song you didn't even know you remembered. And then someone honks. Boom! Full system reboot. In that moment, you realize you weren't really here. You were in two places, maybe three, maybe more. This doesn't make you broken. It makes you human. Brains drift. Attention fractures. There's a term for this scattered awareness absent presence. You're physically in one place, but mentally elsewhere. It's why people nod along in conversations while secretly rewatching arguments from middle school. And this isn't a new phenomenon. Ancient monks used to describe the monkey mind a restless, chattering inner voice that leaps from branch to branch. Some of them went to caves to get away from it. We go to our phones. But what's really happening here is your mind trying to multitask reality. The trouble is, reality doesn't like to be shared. You can't fully observe two things at once. You toggle, you blink, so each version of you ends up slightly dimmer, like a tab you forgot was open but still chewing battery. Let's do a little test. As you listen, bring your full attention to your breath. Feel it in your nose, in your chest, in your shoulders. Now, at the same time, try to recite the alphabet backwards. See the problem. You can't hold both thoughts fully. You switch between them like flipping between channels with terrible reception. And what gets lost is the clarity, the quiet, the being here. Weird fact, a study at Stanford showed that people who believed they were great multitaskers actually performed worse on cognitive tasks than those who focused on one thing at a time. Why? Because juggling attention is like juggling water balloons. Looks fun until everything explodes, and now the inside of your skull is wet. Now, think about your dreams. You're often in two places at once inside the dream and vaguely aware you're dreaming. You know you're flying, but you also know something's off. That overlap, the double exposure, is part of what makes dreams so surreal. And sometimes, real life feels that way too. Like when you zone out in the middle of brushing your teeth and forget if you've already done the bottom row. Or you find yourself staring at the word milk for so long it stops looking like a word. That's semantic satiation when repetition breaks meaning. Your brain collapses under its own echo. Joke time. Why did the mind get kicked out of the party? Because it kept showing up in two places and forgot where the snacks were. So what's the solution? How do you stay present when your brain keeps forwarding your calls to other locations? You don't fight it. You notice it. Instead of yanking yourself back, gently remind yourself, I wandered. That's okay. Attention is a puppy. If you yell at it, it gets scared. If you guide it kindly, it comes back wagging. So tonight, when your mind starts wandering toward a weird hypothetical like whether giraffes ever get neck cramps, don't scold yourself. Just say, there I go again, thinking in two places, still safe, still here. Because awareness doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be kind. Section 10. Try to describe the feeling you had earlier today when you realized someone misunderstood you, but you were too tired to correct them. Or that weird moment of sudden sadness when you saw an empty swing swaying for no reason. Or the tight-lipped, eye-twitching sensation of trying not to laugh in a serious moment. What's the word for that? Go ahead. Try. You'll get close. Maybe. But you'll feel it slipping. The word doesn't fit. The feeling doesn't compress. That's because some emotions don't come with labels. They arrive fully, formed messy, silent, complex, and vanish before you can wrap them in language. And the moment you try to name them, they shift. Welcome to the paradox of unnameable emotions, those phantom feelings that exist in the negative space between words. Philosophers still argue about whether we feel what we name or name what we feel. The theory of linguistic relativity suggests that the language you speak actually shapes what you experience. That if you don't have a word for something, you might never fully notice it. But here's the twist: once you do try to name it, it's already changing. You say, "I feel anxious," but maybe it was curiosity with a caffeine chaser. You say, "I feel lonely," but maybe it was just too quiet to distract you from yourself. You say, "I feel okay," but maybe it was actually 5 flavors of meh and 1 spoonful of relief. Naming is useful, but naming is also flattening. It's like trying to draw a thunderstorm with a crayon labeled gray. Think of all the words other languages have that English doesn't. Sisu finish, the quiet determination to go on, even after all hope is gone. Mamihlapinatapai yagan, the look between two people that suggests an unspoken shared desire. Tosca Russian, a deep, existential ache that has no clear cause. There's even Sonder coined by John Koenig in the Dictionary of Obscure Sorrows, the realization that everyone you pass has a life as rich and complex as your own. It's not in the dictionary, but you've felt it, haven't you? Weird fact studies show that people who have more precise emotional vocabularies, who can distinguish between frustrated, disappointed, and irritated, tend to handle stress better. They regulate emotions more effectively. So yes, language helps, but only when it fits. When it doesn't, it turns poetry into IKEA assembly instructions. Sometimes, trying to name a feeling is like trying to bite your own teeth. And the second you name it, that's sadness. Your brain starts building the story around that word, even if it was actually envy, or boredom, or just low blood sugar and too many notifications. It's like that moment when you try to hum a tune you almost remember. You get close, but every note you hum changes what you thought it was. That's what words can do to feelings. Here's a joke that's really a metaphor. Why did the emotion go to therapy? Because every time it introduced itself, it got mispronounced and misunderstood. So, what's the move here? How do you deal with feelings that evaporate when touched? You notice them, gently, without labels. You say, something is moving through. Not, I'm anxious. Not, I'm depressed. Just something. Here. Because naming isn't bad, but waiting for the right name. That's a softer skill, a patient one. Tonight, if something rises in you, a murky tide, a half-thought, a wordless ache, don't rush to frame it. Let it glow without glare. Let it speak in shapes instead of sentences. You don't always need to know what you feel. Sometimes you just need to feel that you're feeling. So exhale. That thing inside you doesn't need to be named to be honored. It can stay mysterious. It can stay half-lit. It can be what it is. And still pass gently, like fog through branches. Section 11. You're staring at a candle. The flame flickers. You notice the shadows it throws across the wall. You're focused until suddenly, you realize you've been thinking about whether or not you left the stove on, or what that text meant, or how long it's been since you vacuumed under the couch. You zoomed out, you zoomed in, you missed the middle, and that's where the illusion hides in the hole in the middle of attention. Your mind is a spotlight, yes, but also a magician with a sleeve full of misdirection. Wherever you're focusing, that's not where the real show is happening. Cognitive scientists call this inattentional blindness, your brain's tendency to miss what it's not looking for. The classic experiment: participants watch a video and count how many times a basketball is passed. Half of them fail to notice a person in a gorilla suit walk directly through the scene. Why? Because attention is limited? You trade depth for breadth, or breadth for depth? You never get the full picture. You, right now, are missing most of what's in your room. You're not noticing the feeling of your clothes against your skin, or the background hum, or the gentle tightness in your jaw. Until I said that now. Suddenly, you are. You just zoomed in. But what did you stop noticing to do that? Here's the twist: your thoughts do this too. You notice what you're noticing. You ignore what you're ignoring. You build a world based on a flashlight beam in a football stadium and assume it's the whole story. That's why memories change. Why realizations hit you in the shower. Why you sometimes blurt out, "Wait, why am I upset 10 minutes into a conversation?" Because you were looking at the wrong part of the screen. Scientists still argue about how attention is filtered. Is it based on emotion, relevance, repetition? The answer is probably yes to all of the above, but filtered by what? Exactly. That's the mystery. Your consciousness is not a camera. It's a storyteller with ADD and a very selective sense of drama. And sometimes, what it doesn't tell you matters more than what it does. Weird fact. There's a phenomenon called change blindness, where people fail to notice major changes in a scene, even faces, objects, or backgrounds if their attention is diverted. There are YouTube videos where people switch conversation partners mid-sentence, and the listener doesn't even notice. It's not stupidity. It's normal perception. You think you're aware of the world. Really, you're just aware of the narrative you're narrating. Let's try something. Bring your attention to the sound in the room farthest from you. Now shift it to your breathing. Now try to hold both at once. It's hard. You toggle. You flash back and forth like a slow strobe. You can't hold all awareness equally. There's always a blind spot, a hole in the middle. Joke break. Why did the brain flunk its magic exam? Because every time it tried to focus, the rabbit escaped from the other hand. But this isn't a defect, it's a design. Your mind needs a spotlight to function. Otherwise, you'd drown in input, you'd sit frozen, overwhelmed by the 1,000 details flooding your senses every second. So instead, your mind cheats. It creates a story. It fills in gaps. It edits, erases, assumes. And that's how you survive? And that's how you miss things? Sometimes you forget an entire chapter of your life until someone mentions a name. Sometimes you walk into a room and forget why. Sometimes you go through a day on autopilot and suddenly wake up at 4 p.m. holding a sandwich. There's nothing wrong with you. You're just navigating a world your brain made to be mostly invisible. And that can be comforting, because it means you don't have to catch everything. You can trust that most of life is flowing beneath your awareness, and if something needs your attention, it'll knock. So tonight, if your thoughts drift, let them. If your focus blinks out, blink with it. And if a gorilla walks through your mental basketball game, smile. You're not broken. You're built for mystery. Section 12. You walk into a quiet room, and for a moment, you hear the soft hum of the air conditioner, the refrigerator clicking, the distant sound of your neighbor's dog coughing like it just discovered jazz. And then there's you, listening, breathing, blending. You're not just in the room. You are the sound of the room. This is the thought that rattles gently if you knock on the walls of consciousness, that who you are might not be something inside your head. It might be the whole environment, humming through you like music in a speaker. You've probably heard the old idea, you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. But what if it's deeper than that? What if you're the average of the 5 atmospheres you occupy? Philosophers still argue about the boundary between self and world. Is the mind confined to the skull, or does it extend into your surroundings, into your phone, your routines, your conversations, your playlists? There's a theory in cognitive science called the extended mind hypothesis. It says tools like notebooks, phones, and even other people aren't just accessories to thought, they're parts of it. Like your memory doesn't live in your brain alone, it lives in your calendar, in your kitchen magnets, in your favorite mug. Yourself may not be a little pilot inside your head steering the ship. It might be the shape of the wind moving through the sails. Weird fact. When blind people use a cane, brain scans show that the brain treats the tip of the cane as part of the body, not the hand. The tip. That's how far your sense of self stretches right to the edge of perception. Now, zoom out. You ever notice how you feel smarter in a library, funnier, at a party, sleepier when it rains? That's not coincidence. That's context-shaping cognition. You are the environment whispering itself back to itself. Remember when you were a kid and you talked to yourself while building Lego towers or digging for worms? That wasn't just play. That was distributed thinking out loud, thinking into space. And you still do it, just in subtler ways. You open 20 tabs because your mind is shaped like clutter. You put on headphones in silence because your brain has a rhythm and wants to hear it echoed back. You tidy your room and feel clearer not because of magic, but because your inner and outer worlds are mirrors. And when something in your environment changes, new smells, new lighting, a weird buzzing noise, you change too, without even noticing. Joke time. Why did the philosopher bring a vacuum to the forest? Because he wanted to find out if his thoughts echoed in clean air. But seriously, what if your identity isn't a fixed thing, but a soundtrack? Sometimes you're a quiet piano loop. Sometimes you're wind chimes in a storm. Sometimes you're elevator jazz playing in a lobby no one walks through anymore. It's all valid. This idea shows up in phenomenology, the study of experience. Thinkers like Merleau-Ponty believe that the body isn't a container for the mind. It is the mind. It's how the world thinks through you, your posture, your breath, the way your foot taps when you're thinking too fast. That's not noise. That's the signal. And it means you're never truly isolated, because even when you feel alone, you're in dialogue with light, with space, with the background hum of existence. Tonight, let yourself become part of the room, not in a spooky way, in a peaceful one. Let the walls exhale. Let the air soften your edges. Let the stillness notice you noticing it. You don't have to do anything. Just be, because sometimes the self isn't the voice in your head. It's the silence between thoughts. It's the rhythm of the fan. It's the feeling of the room breathing through your skin. And that might be the realest you've ever been. Section 13. You ever have a brilliant idea, like really brilliant, and you're sure you'll remember it, so you don't write it down? Because how could you possibly forget something that earth-shattering and then 30 seconds later it's gone? Not just misplaced, vanished, like a dream smothered by daylight. All that's left is the hollow outline of where it was. That's the mystery of thoughts with expiration dates. Ideas that collapse not under pressure, but under observation. You try to grab them, and they evaporate. Psychologists still argue about why this happens. Some blame working memory, your brain's tiny mental chalkboard that gets wiped clean every few seconds. Others think these lost thoughts never really existed as full ideas, just fragments of meaning trying to become whole. But whatever the reason, the experience is universal, that haunting almost said something important, almost remembered something big, almost solved the puzzle of your entire life while shampooing your hair. It's like your mind leaves Easter eggs for your future self, but forgets where it hid them. Weird fact. There's a real thing called the tip of the tongue phenomenon where you know something but can't retrieve it. Studies show your brain is actually trying to find the info by sending out signals, but it's knocking on the wrong doors. And even weirder, when you finally remember the word, it often feels disappointing. Like the mystery was more delicious than the solution. It's not just words, it's feelings, too. Realizations, moments, insights that sneak in sideways and disappear before you can show them to anyone. It's the experience of watching your mind almost assemble a masterpiece out of matchsticks and fog, and then forgetting what the matchsticks were even for. Let me guess, you've written something in your notes app at 2:03 a.m. that looked like the answer to everything, only to find it the next day and realize it says something like, time is just soup spelled backwards. Profound, maybe. Useful, unclear. But here's the secret: some thoughts aren't meant to be kept. Some are meant to nudge you, to flicker, to vanish and leave a dent in your reality like a footstep in soft sand. A joke before we forget. Why did the brilliant idea get locked out of the house? Because the thinker lost the key while holding it. But here's the comfort: even when the idea disappears, the feeling of it lingers. That moment of contact with something beyond language. That half second when you felt close to something important. That's not wasted. That's the glow. There's a term in Japanese aesthetics, yugen, a profound, mysterious sense of the beauty of the universe. Too deep for words. Like seeing the moon through branches. Like the echo of something you never heard but still remember. You don't have to retrieve the thought. You don't have to prove it was real. You felt it. That's enough. Because the mind isn't a safe, it's a tide pool. Thoughts come in like waves, swirl, retreat, and some leave behind seashells. Others leave nothing, but the water feels different. So tonight, if an idea visits you, welcome it. Don't demand that it stay. Don't chase it when it leaves. Smile. Let it fade. Let the silence refill the space it cleared. Because sometimes, losing the thought was the insight. Section 14. You're lying in bed. The lights are off. The fan hums. Your body is heavy. Your eyes half closed, and suddenly, you get it. The thing. The big, beautiful, weird thought that explains something. Maybe everything. It arrives like lightning. A perfect phrase. A grand connection. A twist on time and self and space. And you whisper to yourself, I'll remember this in the morning. You won't. Welcome to the infinite scroll of half-realized ideas, those slippery revelations that show up at the edge of sleep and vanish the moment you try to grasp them. These are not full thoughts. They're more like impressions, feelings with scaffolding, blueprints written in fog. And the moment you try to build something out of them, they collapse into vagueness, leaving only the memory of brilliance. Philosophers still argue about where creativity comes from. Is it structured, practiced, logical, or does it emerge from chaos dreams, noise, intuition, sleep-deprived showers? One popular theory suggests that the default mode network, a brain system active when you're not focused on a task, is where many spontaneous insights arise. In other words, zoning out isn't laziness, it's idea farming. And it makes sense, because your best thoughts rarely come when you're staring at a blinking cursor. They come when you're doing something else entirely, washing dishes, riding the bus, brushing your teeth like it's a meditative ritual. Here's a weird fact: Salvador Dali used to hold a metal key between his fingers while napping in a chair. As he started to doze off, his fingers would relax. The key would drop, hit a plate on the floor, and wake him up. Why? So he could grab the exact thought he was having at the edge of sleep before it vanished. He called it sleeping without sleeping. Honestly, same. We've all been there on the brink of sleep, mind swirling with strange logic and sudden truths. Of course, you think, that's why clocks are circles and it makes so much sense. Until you wake up and think, what? It's not nonsense. It's presense ideas forming just before they become language. These fragments often don't survive daylight because daylight demands clarity, and some ideas only make sense in the dark. Joke break. Why did the genius idea cross the road at 2 a.m.? Because that's the only time the brain wasn't looking both ways. The thing is, not every idea needs to be finished. Some are meant to be glimpsed. Some are the mind stretching before the real insight arrives. Some are just beautiful noise half melodies from the orchestra of almost. There's comfort in that, because it means your creativity doesn't live only in completed thoughts or published posts or clever tweets. It lives in the possibility space, the in-between, the half-formed. Try this tonight. Keep a notebook nearby. But don't chase every idea. Let them drift. Let them half-bloom. Write down the ones that glow without forcing them to make sense. You might wake up to a page of nonsense, or you might find something real nestled in the fog. Either way, you've touched the edge of thought, not by controlling it, but by floating in it. And that's the secret. You don't have to finish the idea. Sometimes, the idea finishes you. Section 15. You're almost asleep now. The blanket feels heavier, the room quieter. Your thoughts stretch like shadows at sunset, long, soft, and hard to hold on to. And then it happens, the final thought before sleep. It doesn't introduce itself. It doesn't make a big speech. It just drifts in. A sentence that never finishes. An image that feels like a memory but isn't. A conclusion with no beginning. And by the time you notice it, it's already dissolving. This is the moment where thinking becomes dreaming, where attention loosens its grip, and your mind stops trying to be logical and starts trying to be free. Sleep researchers call it hypnagogia, the transitional state between wakefulness and sleep. It's not dreaming, exactly. It's more like the world breaking into strange poetry. Time slows. Space warps. You see flashes of images, hear fragments of voices, feel impossible emotions that evaporate when touched. In this state, thoughts don't collapse under observation. They collapse into everything, then nothing, then silence. And that's okay. Philosophers still argue about what consciousness is doing in these in-between states. Is it processing, rehearsing, releasing? Some say it's like mental compost breaking down experiences into nutrients for tomorrow. Others think it's the mind finally talking to itself without the need to make sense. Here's a weird fact: Thomas Edison used to nap while holding ball bearings in his hand. Just like Dali with his key. He'd drift into hypnagogia, drop the metal, wake up, and capture the strange in-between insights. Some of his ideas were nonsense. Some were patents. But the space between wake and sleep, that was the gold mine. Tonight, you're there. Right now. Not fully here. Not fully gone. Just suspended. And in this space, all the paradoxes we've explored: the blinking self, the present moment, the liar's loop, the shifting memory, the observer watching the watcher start to blur. You don't need to solve them anymore. You just need to let them melt. Because this is the only place where thoughts don't collapse when observed. They dissolve because you stop observing. Like frost on glass in the rising sun. Like footprints in tide foam. Like the echo of your own name fading as you drift away. So here's the final invitation. Don't chase this last thought. Let it drift in like mist. Let it whisper. Let it vanish. You are not the thinker now. You are the space where thoughts once flickered. You are the silence between the notes. You are the room, the hum, the breath, the pause. You are not observing anymore. You are being softly, quietly, completely. Good night. Section end. Over the past 4 hours, you've traveled through the architecture of thoughts, those slippery, curious, self-dismantling ideas that fade the second you try to hold them. You've watched your awareness blink, your memories shift, your sense of time unravel. You've stood in front of paradoxes that loop, identities that blur, and truths that don't want to be spoken out loud. You've seen that thoughts don't always need to be complete to be meaningful, that sometimes the deepest realizations come half-formed, that forgetting is as much a part of thinking as remembering, that the act of observing changes not just the thought, but you. Through mental trapdoors, pink elephants, phantom emotions, and midnight revelations, one thing has become clear: your mind isn't a fixed container. It's a river, a mirror, a theater where scenes begin, collapse, and begin again. And now that river slows, the spotlight dims, the final curtain falls on the mental performance you didn't even realize you were giving. There's no more need to analyze, solve, or remember. Just rest. The thinker can sleep now. The observer has stepped off stage. The thought has become a dream.
you.